Okay, welcome back everybody. Welcome back to Kitsune Kustoms. We're, man, it's been one heck of a week. A lot of filming, a lot of recording going on, lots of editing, lots of everything happening. And I'm so excited to share with you everything that's going on and everything that's coming. I'm so excited for you guys to see what is coming. I'm super excited for that. Lots of new things. But man, I'm just so glad that you're here with me today, that we get to sit down and work on a project together, even if you're not doing miniatures. I love to knit and cross stitch and paint and do all kinds of things. I also paint Warhammer miniatures in my free time, so whatever that is anymore. But you guys are welcome to just sit down and enjoy what you're doing, even if that's just having lunch or whatever it may be. You're just taking some time while you're at work. Doesn't matter. I'm just so thankful that you guys are here with me today. We are going to have so much fun. We're again working on the time travel camper. It doesn't look like we've done much to this, and that's because we haven't. All we've done are the windows that you can see around all the sides, and we did put in one little window that had like trim in it and stuff like that. I think we're going to be putting in the music box that's in the back right here. I think that's going in today. We have curtains that are finally going in. We worked on that the whole session last week. So, and I'm super excited because today is Valentine's Day. So today is our Valentine's Day stream, and I'm just here to show all the love through miniatures. And however that's possible. So I'm just so glad you guys are here. Another fun thing that's kind of unrelated, but it's also part of what I love and something I'd like to chat about today, if anyone wants to chat about this with me. But you guys know I'm huge into video games. It's part of the reason I love miniatures so much, because I get so many ideas for making miniatures based off of video games. And even though you guys haven't seen a lot of those on the channel as of yet, I think at today's date, February 14th, 2026, I only have like 8 videos, and it's mostly been kit tutorials and not a lot or any really of the video game miniatures I have wanted to make. And that's mostly because of money, and I'm still trying to ramp a lot of that up still. But 2, it's mostly because a lot of those things are just in the works right now. Like, I'm researching, I'm planning, gathering materials, because some of these are pretty darn big. So I'm kind of taking my time with it, but I'm actively figuring out what I want to do and how I want to make these really big things for you guys. And they're going to be pretty decent video series on these, so everything is in the works, and I'm so excited for those to come out later this year. So in the coming months too, not just way the heck down the road. Like, there's things coming soon, so I'm real excited for that. Real excited to get those going. But one of the things I wanted to chat about today while we're working is my latest video game obsession with my husband. We've been playing Warframe like nobody's business. I mean, I think that's our favorite MMO right now, if you can even consider it. I know it is an MMO, but I haven't, it's different. It's not like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV or anything like that, or even Where Winds Meet. It's a much different solo-ish MMO where you can like explore multiplayer if you want to, but you don't have to. So it's super fun. It's my favorite space game currently. I love fantasy. Fantasy's kind of my thing, but for some reason I also love space-related anything. So I am super excited to just chat about it a little bit today, get my obsession out there, have somebody to talk to about it besides my husband, because when he's home, that's literally all we talk about. So anyway, I want to jump right into our build today. I'm so excited, and we're going to have lots of fun. So let's get started. And I have the camper already out here up front, and if we need to pull away, we could always take a look at that. I'm just gonna move a few things around first. There we go. Okay, because I really want you guys to be able to see everything that's being worked on and all of that, so I'm just going to move a few things around real quick. But let me grab the parts. Keep everything in this bin, and I keep everything over on that shelf over there, which is great. Everything stays nice and organized. But for things that we've already made, we've got the trailer hitch, we've got all our curtains that turned out so nice. We're still working on the chandelier. There's the lampshade for that. We've got our awning, our stairs, our front door, our utility box, and all the flower boxes that go everywhere. So that's everything we have made currently. I'll grab stuff out of here as we need it for right now, just to keep it out of the way. Okay. I believe... Gosh, these turned out so nice. I really loved how all of the curtains turned out with the lace and everything. They just look so nice. And with the little beads on the end of them to make it look like a real rod. A real curtain rod. I love how these look. This was a learning experience. I really enjoyed making these. So I'm going to set everything off to the side, because everything's going to be going on. Okay, there we go. Curtain rods, door, awning, utility box, trailer hitch, stairs. This is what we need to work on right now. So I'll put these over here. This is the part we're going to be working on right now. This one's actually been giving me a little bit of trouble. I ended up using some hot glue for this because I've talked about this in other videos, but the resin glue, the UV resin glue, sorry, I'm grabbing my cart. This UV resin glue, if it can't see, if the light that you use, if it can't see where the glue is, so if it's covered up by something, then it's not going to be able to dry it. So the wires are covering things up and it's not really working for this point of the build. So I'm not going to be using the UV glue for this. It did work when we were up here by the light, but coming back here, it hasn't really wanted to behave a whole lot. So the wires are supposed to be right up against this metal piece, and that is just not happening for me. So I started using some hot glue, and I really wish we could just pull it to the wall, because it's going to be sticking out from a wall like that. And I wish we could just pull them straight. I kind of want to. But now I've got this there we go. There we go. Like I said, that's the thing about hot glue. It will just come off. So I'm gonna try and just pull off the hot glue. And we're gonna at the very least redo this, because it was just so messy and it really didn't want to work the way I wanted it to. So I'm gonna try to get as much of this off as I can real quick without hurting it. Another thing you can do if you want to get hot glue off is you can very carefully put your warm hot glue gun onto the glue and have it start to remelt a little bit. But that can be so dangerous, because you could smooth the glue out more and then it's even harder to get off. So take that with a grain of salt. It's an option, but not always a possibility. That might just have to stay the way it is. Okay. Whoops. Part of my fake nails wanting to come off. I put these on for when we went to see Iron Lung last week. We actually went and saw it twice to support Mark and Amy. And it was just awesome. Watching it, I highly recommend watching it for a second time because it you see so much more the second time, and it's just so much more fun to watch the second time around, in my opinion. So it was great. We really enjoyed our time seeing it. And anything we can do to support Mark and Amy, we're all about. So that was really fun to go do, and we got to take friends this time. So, and what was funny is the second time around we were the only ones in the theater. I think there were 6 of us total, and yeah, we were literally the only ones in the theater, which made me sad for Mark, but at the same time it was so cool that it was like it felt like Mark made this video for us. And in a way he did. He made it for his fans and for himself, which he definitely should do. And it was great. It was just a blessing to get to watch something that from somebody that we feel like we've known for a very long time. So it was a lot of fun. But anyway, because I'm a gamer, I cannot stand having super long nails, and they were like out to here. They were really, really long. Because when you're playing on a keyboard, you start tapping other keys, and it was getting really annoying, so I had to cut them down to a length that I could handle because they're just ridiculous. And since I have naturally clubbed nails, having fake nails that will curve my nail for me, it literally makes my hands look better and even feel better too, I would argue. Okay, I think that's as much glue as I'm going to be able to get off of this. The only reason I am nervous about just leaving it is because of the lampshade. So what I might do is I'm going to put the lampshade on first, and then we'll figure out the rest of this back part. So I think that's what we'll do. And I'm still probably going to use hot glue for this because it's not going to be seen. You're not going to really see this part. So I am going to, as soon as it's hot, I've had it on for a minute now. I also need an extra stick available because I'm almost out from the one I have. I have had these sticks forever because I just don't use the hot glue gun that much. I really hope you guys enjoy the music today. It's the same, well, it's not the same thing I play every week, that part's not true, but I get all the music from Spirit City Lo-Fi, which, oh, I had one out already. Look at that, I was already prepared. It's from Spirit City Lo-Fi, which is a really, really great productivity game that you can get on Steam. I have the link down in the description below. But it's a really, really great game to help you with work productivity. And they have the best music. It's all stream friendly for those of you that stream. But it's a really great way, especially if you have ADHD like me, to keep you on track. It's really, really awesome for that. Okay. Find the back seam that we made right there. And I'm just gonna push it over the top and see where it wants to rest. Okay. So I really need some glue here and a little bit on the front. My spider web's out of the way. And then I'm just going to place it down. Right there. Like it didn't want to catch where I wanted it to, so place a little bit more in there. Make sure it looks okay. Fastest way to dry glue. Or dry hot glue, at least. There we go, that's on there good now. So what I think I'm gonna do, I'd like to have this sitting. I just don't know if it's gonna stay. I would really love to just get this to stay. Well, let's give it another shot. This part, if you're doing it this way, I'd say be extremely careful because this is hot glue. Hence the name. It's hot. But you really gotta watch yourself when you're doing this. I am extremely jaded to the heat of hot glue. I've hurt myself enough times over the years, it doesn't really bother me as much anymore, so I can almost put my hands directly on it. That is not a brag. It really is probably not that great. The fact that I've lost so much feeling in the tip of my fingers that hot glue, it still affects it, don't get me wrong, but it's not near as bad as it used to be. So I've just got the wires lying directly next to each other. And I'm just putting a little bit of glue on and bringing it around. There we go. Okay, it looks like that's actually working. The wires are directly on the other side. It's a little messy up close because I had some UV glue that I can't get off. Now, the hard part about this is there is this ball, or this bead, that they want you to squish in here. What I might end up doing, because I'm not that, and that's another thing about hot glue. All the strings, there we go. I think what I'm gonna do is just get the bead on there, and then there's this giant clasp that goes on over it. And it just sits there. And then that attaches to the wall. I think what I am going to do, I'm gonna try something. You know, and when you're making stuff like this, it really is, yes, they have directions, but you ultimately, of course, get creative freedom to decide, you know, is this gonna work? Is that not gonna work? I want it to look differently, then do it. That's exactly what you should do. This is about enjoying your hobby and not just about following directions. Which I am preaching that to myself. Because I tend to just want to follow directions and make things look perfect. And that doesn't always happen. Or is even necessary. I'm gonna look at actually where this is located. This particular one. Okay. This particular white. Oh. Okay. So there's no hole. Right back in that back corner back there. Oops. Right back there is where that light's gonna sit. And then the wire is supposed to run... Oh, my hand's in the way. The wire's supposed to run down that wall and out this way. I think. If I'm reading this correctly. Oh. Not down this way. There is a hole back there in that back corner. Let's see. There we go. It's supposed to come through there. So the light sits up in the corner of that window, right up there. and then the wire comes straight down and goes out. So that might make my decision a little bit easier of how I'm going to do this. So instead of going straight up and to the back, I could actually just bring it right back down and go down that way. I think I'm going to do that. So I'm going to make this look exactly the way I want it to look. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use a little bit of this UV glue. I'm going to put it around the tip here. Just wrap it around a little bit. Not loads. We don't need loads. And I'm going to put the bead on to where it's just resting. And then I'm going to shine the UV light straight through it because it should catch it. And about 15 to 20 seconds with these. It's generally all you need. I'll do it from the other side as well. Just try to get as many good angles as we can. I hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday. Saturday is one of my favorite days of the week. You don't have a whole lot of obligations. You can't really make any appointments or call a whole lot of people. So you just you get a forced break almost. Or if you need time to work on other things. I usually work on Saturdays and Sundays. My husband and I have middle of the week days off generally. If we get any. There we go. Ooh, that's on there good. That worked. Yay. Now, I'm going to place this... I don't know what you call these things, to be honest. They feel like grommets. I don't think that's what it's called, though. Oh, that's funny. Tara, I want you to see what they call this. I think it's a grommet type thing that you can put on clothes. But they literally, it's over here by my finger. They call it a big golden button. That's literally what they call it. It's not a button though. That's interesting. I've had these little bead things in a lot of other miniatures, and they were never called buttons. So that's actually kind of interesting that they're calling it that. Okay. We also have another chandelier to make after this too, so getting good at it now. So for this, since we're really not going to see the UV glue because it's going to be underneath this, I'm not going to use the UV glue for that. I'm going to try beacons. And before I do anything with glue, get some paper towel. Okay. I have some old glue on here that doesn't need to be on here. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to do a little bit. So I'm going to call it a grommet because I truly believe that's what this is. I'm going to let the grommet do most of the work. spreading it around. And I'm just going to kind of dab it around so it grabs it. And then I'm just going to place it on. Try to straighten it out. I might even hold it up where I want it to be so I know it's on straight. There we go. So I'm going to let that sit so that dries. We don't need to do anything else to that right now. Now I want to work on the chandelier. So there's a lot of components to this, so I'm just going to grab everything out first. Let's see. C37. It's a really, really thin golden wire. So we have stuff in here. And what else does it want? C53. Oh, that's in C2. It's just that little teardrop bead. There we go. Okay, we have the thin gold wire, which is this. If I can get it to come out. There we go. Looks like they give you quite a lot of that. Thin gold wire, the bead. C54 and 56. Let's see. 54 is in 3. Aha. And C56 is in 4. I know they wanted the little flower thing as well. Okay, they want one of those. So we need 2 pieces of 56. Gonna get this out. That's our globe. And they want 2 of these little, like, hexagonal transparent ones. We have a lot of those, just 24. There's 34 of them. They gave us a lot extra. And then we need C45. Also in 4. Let's see, how many of those do we need? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna have to keep... I'm gonna keep these bags out. 2, 3, and 4. I don't know which ones we'll need right off the bat. We're just gonna start with 1. But we're gonna be using all of these globes. These flower dome globes. Let me get this one here. These little parts over here are magnetic, so you can see it kind of grab into it. If you have magnetic piece or metal pieces that'll stick, it's great for that. I don't know if that is... No, it's just... Okay. So I'm going to keep these bags out because we're going to need a lot of these. And C55. Looks like that's the last thing we need. Aha, okay. And once again, there's 3 of them because we're doing a 3-part chandelier. Whoops. Oh. Okay. If we need anything else, we can grab it, but for now... Oh. And we also need lights. Wouldn't work too well if we didn't have the lights. Which, I believe that's what A44 is. A44, wrong one. Yep. A44. And I think this is where we're going to have our other 3 lights, because there's only 3 left, so we'll just keep those out. Okay. So we need 8 centimeters of C37, so we'll start there. And this is going to get bent up a lot and twisted, so I'm not super concerned. Let's see. Whoops. Okay. I think the lights will be okay. I'm pretty sure I tested all of them before. But we can always do it again. I'd rather know than not know. I already have batteries in here. Oh, and I always forget. I always need to check first before I try what the polarity is. Red wire goes with white wire. So I'm actually gonna take a Sharpie. So red wire goes with the white wire, so the gray one is for black. So I'm just gonna mark the gray wire with a little bit of Sharpie. So I know that's the black wire on the battery box. And these shouldn't be seen. The whole point is to hide these. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue marking on these a little bit. I mean, I would definitely put it higher up, away from the light. But again, it should not be too much of an issue. There we go. Okay. And if my husband's seeing this, yes, I did steal the big Sharpie. I'll put it back downstairs later. He's always asking me where that thing went, and I'm like, I don't know. I probably have it, but... Okay, so we'll do one at a time because it's a little hard to do. Whoops. We already know that this one works. Black with black. Or I should say the gray wire with the black polarity anyway. I'll put the red one together. There we go. That one works. That works. I'm kind of holding it funky, that's why it's flashing, but when they're actually wound together, it'll be fine. All I'm really checking for is to see if the light will actually turn on. If it doesn't, then that's a bad connection, and that's where you'd want to use a different light, which is why I keep spares around. The last thing you want is have to, like, you're almost done, and all you have to do is the lighting or something, and you have to, it doesn't work, you have to contact the manufacturer, blah blah blah. Yeah, it works. Cool. Everything works. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I did that back when I was first checking this kit out and making sure everything was good before we started, but it's always good to just double check and know that you're good. Okay. Okay, we'll put the 3 lights over here. I'm gonna move the chandelier so it doesn't get mixed up in anything. I need 8 centimeters of this. There we go. Got our first 8 centimeters, and what it is saying, go back to it. It wants you to loop this bead. This is just the middle of it, but I want you to loop this bead into the middle of this, and then fold it in half. Like that. And then I just gotta find the midpoint. And then so we've looped it in half and we have the bead on there. And then they want you to take, what is it? Put C54, which is alright, I think I'm reading this wrong. Okay. Okay. Then we put this little piece on. I'm not really sure. It's some kind of cap. That's all I could say is I know it's some kind of cap bead. So we'll put that on there, pull it down. And it looks like it wants it to fit pretty snug. So we are creating this little This little chandelier thing here, that is super cute. I love stuff making look like... I love making stuff look like real metallic pieces. Or metal pieces that you'd have in your house. I love doing stuff like that. Okay, and then they want these two little tiny itty bitties on here. I believe. Yeah. Oh, got it. You know, I might have to glue this down. Just do a little bit of glue on here. Just to get it to stay. Because it's wanting to continually pop off, so... You know, it's funny. While I was watching Iron Lung this last week and just enjoying the crap out of it, it kind of made me think of something kind of sad because, oops. It kind of made me feel like I missed my calling a little bit. Not so much watching the movie, but I've been watching all the designers and all the special effects people doing behind the scenes videos on Instagram. And it's been so much fun to watch. And that's really the part that made me feel like I've kind of missed my calling a little bit because when I was a kid, I was incredibly and absolutely enamored with all the visual effects and all the miniature work that What a Workshop did on Lord of the Rings. And my parents got the extended DVDs so I could watch all the behind the scenes stuff on those DVDs. And What a Workshop, I mean, what they do is, I honestly think they raised the bar in miniature work, and it made me want to get into the film industry just to be a miniature artist. That's not how my college career went, unfortunately. I kind of somehow forgot about it I don't want to say, like, necessarily like my lust for money in my early 20s. I would say more my desire to want to make a lot of money and get on my feet. So I went for a different degree that I was not passionate about, not excited about, and really wanted nothing to do with. But I got it. And ended up never using it, like, ever. I couldn't find a job with it. I went for a graphic design degree. And when I finally graduated in 2017, so that was almost a decade after I started college, because I couldn't decide what I wanted to do, what I felt like would make me the most money. And that was the real problem because, you know, my parents just wanted me to be happy and help me out, you know, in any way they could with it, which I was hugely grateful for. But I went for the things that I thought were going to make me the most money, and it ended up not making me any. So if anybody is thinking about college and thinking about what they want to at least start their life with. I was also, you know, one of the millennials that thought I have to pick my forever job, because we saw a lot of our parents do that. So it was common to go there, but we didn't have to go there. And myself especially, I thought I gotta pick my forever job, so I tried and tried and tried. And having ADHD as well, like, not every person with ADHD is like this, I'm just sharing my own personal experiences with it, but it was so hard for me to find anything that really held my interest. And by the time I got my degree, I had completely lost all interest in graphic design, or really, I finished college with a digital design degree, and I had absolutely no interest in it. I didn't care at all. I was already studying a ton of other things online. I was getting back into crafting, not necessarily miniatures, but I was doing so many other things. I was ravenous with cross-stitching at the time, and I was about ready to start an Etsy shop with it. But I was also struggling with my health in those years as well, and it became increasingly difficult to run anything aside from just getting through the day. So that got kind of hard. I didn't end up doing much in that regard until recently. There we go. Okay. I'm just getting the chandelier heads on these lights first, and it wants all three of the lights in these little flower globes, so I'm gonna keep doing that. And I was using you guys probably saw me doing it earlier, but I was using my awl just to make sure the holes didn't have any crap in them or anything like that. That would make it hard for me to get the light cables through. Why was I telling you about college? After I left, or especially in the last 5 years, when I realized that I wanted to go back to my first love, which was miniatures, because I've been in love, literally in love, with miniatures since I was very young. I was obsessed with Barbies growing up, because I liked small things, the littlest pet shop stuff, all of that. Like, I loved smaller things. So, and I wanted to play with it. For some reason, never really got a dollhouse. But again, I think that was just because my parents were so like, oh, she likes Barbies, let's do Barbies. Which was fantastic, and I still have all of it downstairs. And I have absolutely no shame in that. Like, I know so many women that they got rid of all that stuff, or they were told to get rid of all that stuff to grow up or whatever. And it's not like I sit downstairs and play with that after work or anything, but I take it out every once in a while, and sometimes it gives me a fresh outlook on stuff I'm making or what I'm doing, or gives me new ideas. And there's no reason you should have to just pitch stuff like that. So I really decided in the last 5 years, like, I'm gonna finally do what I love, which is miniatures, and it's the best thing I ever did. And but again, it really did kind of make me realize I feel like I missed my calling a little bit. I would have rather gone to film school to become a miniature designer, become a visual effects designer. And so watching all the behind the scenes stuff that Anna the Artiste and everyone else, that she's really the one I've been watching the most. Her name is the only one I'm really remembering. But the whole visual effects team, I've been watching them do stuff on Instagram, and it's just been such a joy to watch. And but at the same time has really brought me to like this very strange place of just sadness, because it's really what I wanted to do. Making miniatures, seeing the stuff that Weta Workshop did on Lord of the Rings, that's what I wanted to do. And you know, I'm only 36. I'm not saying nothing will ever happen, but just really made me think a lot about, you know, there's obviously still time. I don't think I'm gonna ever be able to go back to college or even have the time for that now, but I'd love to try getting into that world in the future, and being in the world of miniatures on a much grander scale. Like, that just sounds incredibly phenomenal to me. And hopefully someday I'll be able to make that happen or something, but that's just my biggest hope right now for the future. Seeing where YouTube takes me. And that's also actually another reason why Mark and Amy are such an inspiration to me specifically, because they're YouTubers, or Mark's a YouTuber, and he just got, you know, he just bypassed Hollywood completely to get his movie out there, and it was a huge hit. And all he had to do was, you know, garner a really strong, beautiful following of people on YouTube. And it's because YouTube is such an incredible place to be. It's a great way to, you know, start a great relationship with other people. Enjoy time together. It's just incredible. There's nothing else like it. I'm just excited to see where it all goes. I wish I wasn't at the beginning of my journey, but I'm just glad to be here. I'm so thankful and so blessed just to be here. Oop. So I decided to do hot glue on the inside where the lights were, because a lot of times using hot glue around electrical just seems to be a little bit, at least from my experience, seems to be a little bit more friendly. And for these light shade covers, is what I'm calling them anyway, but I'm just using beacons on them. Definitely not expecting to get into such a a deep well, it's not really a conversation, I guess, but a monologue. Oops. And I'm so sorry if the camera jiggles at all. It's right by my feet and I move my feet quite a lot. So no, it's not an earthquake, it's literally just my feet moving around, smacking my camera tripod. There we go. Those dry for a second. Okay. Now we're going to take 4 centimeters of this. Okay, I'm going to move these real quick. There's going to be a lot of wires around, so just not getting them intertwined is probably going to be for the best. Put that up there. We're going to do 4 centimeters. And we're going to do this 3 times. So I'm going to just do 1 though, because every once in a while I've noticed something might be a little too short. I would have rather had it longer. So I'm going to try 1 first and see how that goes. Okay, so what we're going to do, and I'm going to need... I'm going to need my other pliers for this. Probably my light. There we go. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just wrapping this tiny gold wire enough around here so it holds, and then I'll also dump some beacons on it too to make sure it just stays there. I'm just gonna have this at the very tip of these pliers, and I'm just gonna start bending it. Just enough. So it starts like hooking around. And then I'm gonna try holding that down. I can't tell if that's like, I think it's moving. I don't think I'm actually wrapping, I think it's moving. Yeah, it is. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna make like one full twist. Just enough so it holds, and I'm also clamping kind of at the same time. So I know for sure it's not gonna go anywhere. So I did one full twist around, and now it's on there good. I'm gonna do just a dot. Actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna make sure it stays. And since this will be seen, because I'm literally just doing it as like a hold in place measure, I don't have to worry about if it's gonna the tiniest bit, and I mean tiny, tiny. I just want something to be there to hold in place. There we go. Okay. Now we know for sure the wire's on there. That is not going anywhere at all. And then we're gonna do... That's where all these tiny little white beads in there come from, or the transparent ones. So I'm actually going to dump these. I don't know if you guys can see this. But I have this extra little bin up here. I'm gonna dump them all in there. And I'll leave the bag kind of underneath it there so I know that's all from C4. Or the bag C4. Okay. Now we want to get 7 of them on here. And I'll pull a few back and glue it down in a minute, or it'll depend. If I can get this hooked around to where they won't fall off, I might not have to. You know, I think this is where having this part of the wire straight would be beneficial. I'm just gonna straighten it out as much as I can with the nylon pliers. I will put these back on. It just looked kind of kinky. And I didn't want it to look kinky. There's a time and place for that, especially today. But it's not here. Okay, we have our 7. So it's not really giving anything for how it looks like it's gonna wrap around this part. Whoops, I have extra junk hanging off of that. There we go. It's gonna wrap around this in the middle, and they all join together in the middle. So what I'm gonna do for now, so we don't lose any, I'm just gonna bend this over back on itself so they can't go anywhere. Oops. So you guys can see. I just wrapped it back on itself a little bit so they'd stay down for now, but we will be using that later. So I do like how that worked out, so I'll just cut 4 more centimeters for each, so 2 more of them. Do the second one. There we go. Start out with a bend right at that very tip of the pliers where it can still hold on, but it's making a nice little curve to where it'll hold on to at least 1. You can see it kind of hanging on there. That's the little hook I made for it. I am going to hold on to that while I wrap more. Actually not wanting hold down. I'm gonna try a different, not those, but holding down with these. I need something a little bit tighter. There we go. That's all the way around now. Get that very, very tiny, and I'm going to kind of spread it out because I really don't want it to be seen or look like this giant glob. There we go. So you guys probably saw from the title that I actually wanted to talk games a little bit today, and I definitely do. And the reason for that is because every time, that I've been logging onto Warframe recently, which has been almost every day to some degree, usually when I play video games, I get inspired to make something from it. Like, it just starts boiling on me, like, oh my god, I really want to make whatever that is, or make it real, or whatever. And since we've been playing, or I should say we got back into Warframe, we played Warframe since, oh boy, I think I've played since 2022. For the last 4 years. My husband's played since its inception, way back in the day. I don't even know what year that was now. Back when Warframe didn't look like Warframe. There we go. And just being in this game and enjoying it and whatever, I get so inspired by a lot of the designs in it. And a lot of my inspiration comes from the orc and stuff, because it's like that pretty, it kind of reminds me of these things, like it has that beautiful gold and white, and it's shiny, and it's just beautiful. And my favorite thing in that game is probably the Ayatan treasures. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, definitely, I would definitely Google Ayatan treasure from Warframe, and I think it's spelled Ayatan. It's quite possible that I'm wrong. It is. It's spelled Ayatan. And oh my god, they're so beautiful. And you can like fit them with extra jewels, essentially, or they call them stars, but you can fit them with extra jewels, and it makes it glow better, and then you can sell them on the market, or you can keep them and decorate your ship with it. And I usually sell mine, but the first one of every single one I ever got of each different kind of Ayatan treasure I kept, and they're all decorating my ship right now. But now I just sell them, because you actually need the commodity that you get from selling them. And that's 7. Twist it over until later. Go. But yeah, I've been obsessed with playing that and enjoying Warframe, and also, like, I love the idea of making Warframes as well. And there's actually a whole community of people that, I think it's called Tenogen, and they make, I sound like such a noob, Tenogen. But I believe Tenogen is the creator or community-driven creations of Warframes, or items for Warframe. I'd love to get into that and actually make something for Warframe. I mean, everything's so unique and pretty and shiny, and it's just cool. It's such a well-made game. The graphics are beautiful. Digital Extremes is now one of my absolute favorite gaming publishers. They really do a good job with everything they do. My husband and I even created a dojo, which is basically like your guild hall. Whoops! It's just a guild hall that you can make, and you can design and edit and decorate the entire thing. So once again, just super fun. But if anyone watching it does play Warframe, You'll know what I'm talking about. It's really an experience, and it's loads of fun. And my husband and I, like I said, it's been an obsession of ours for a while, but we stopped playing last May because we started getting really discouraged that the steel path was so difficult to really get into. It felt very unreachable. But we really wanted to start playing it again, playing Warframe again, because we were kind of missing that free MMO experience we got into where winds meet, which is a really fun game in its own right. I'm not going to bash it by any means. But we wanted something that was like Warframe, and we kind of realized this a week or so ago that that's kind of what we were doing that whole time. In the last years, we were really just looking for another game that was just like Warframe, but it wasn't Warframe. So we played Where Winds Meet. We played Dune. We actually did pay for Dune. That's a paid game. But and Dune is fantastic. It's a really, really fun game. We enjoyed the heck out of it. We still pop in every now and then to play. Even now, but the end game experience for it is very disheartening, and unless you enjoy the heck out of PvP, which Kyle enjoys it more than I do, but neither one of us, we both felt pretty turned off by the fact that it's forced global PvP and there's no way you can opt out of it in any way. And if you want to do end game stuff, you basically have to do PvP. I know a lot of people out there are going to say, no, you don't actually have to do it. Yes, you can do some things without doing PvP, or most things without doing PvP, but it's still, if you want better stuff, or the stuff that's going to get you farther, faster, you have to do PvP. So, it was a huge turnoff for us, and realizing that the end game just feels kind of dead, and like, they add new chapters to it all the time. But there's just something that's not appealing about its longevity that made us decide, you know what, it's just not worth it for us to continue this, or even get the final top tier stuff, which is basically where we were at. It's a very grindy game, and Kyle and I love grindy games. We don't like paying for things. We'd rather grind for it. Oops, I am so sorry. Smacking the camera again. But Kyle and I absolutely love grindy games. And Dune is absolutely something that you can grind, and you don't really pay for the things that you would end up making. So it's not like people are out there just buying every single thing. But you can buy components, and I think there's premium currency as well. We really didn't dig too deep into that. Dig too deep in a sand game. It's a sandbox game. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, if my husband's watching this, he's probably cringing right now. He hates dad jokes. But the appeal just wasn't there because we were at the very end of getting our last couple of very top tier items, and we would have to grind quite a bit to make them. But we kind of started thinking, well, what are we going to get to do once we make those things? What's going to come after that? And honestly, it wasn't a lot. It was doing a little bit more of the storyline that we hadn't done, and PvP. And since neither one of us wanted to do any forced PvP, we decided, you know what, it's just not worth it. So we stopped. We went back to Warframe and decided to learn how we need to get better, and we're actually doing it, and we're right back into enjoying it just as much as we used to. So I'm so glad we went back to it. Back to the game we really like. Okay, now I need... something else to continue this. C34. It's the white thick power wire from 5. Go. The thick power wire, so not the small one, duh. There we go. This one. Right here. Get everything else back in there, including my toothpick. They actually give you a toothpick. It's actually a real component that you're gonna make stuff with. I just thought that was funny, like, they could just tell you, go grab a toothpick. Okay. Maybe not. I guess not everybody has toothpicks laying around, but... we need 3 of these, each of 5 centimeters each. 5 centimeters each. Straighten it out a little bit. Trying to get it as straight as possible. There we go. Yeah, it was kind of hard to walk away from Dune and just say, you know what, this isn't really a game that we can play long term. I mean, like I said, we still go back to it every now and then. But nothing is really going to keep our interest forever the way Warframe does. Because DE, or Digital Extreme's the ones that make Warframe. They're always coming out with new content, new frames, new stuff, and it's such a grind and such a joy to play the story and, you know, learn all the frames, build all the frames, and do all of that. It's such a joy to do all that that really we were talking about it just from the paranoia, I guess. Or this was my paranoia more than Kyle's, but I was like, so what's going to happen if it turns, you know, just like, you know, Dune did, and we run out of endgame stuff? Like, what happens then? And he was kind of reminding me, like, there's always going to be more stuff. There's always going to be more stuff with Warframe. And he's right. I mean, there's so much. Unless we played that game for a living, which we don't. I could see maybe then we'd start running out of things to do. Or I should say, you know, Kyle and I don't buy Warframes. Every once in a while we snag a few platinum here and there, which is the premium currency. But we don't even buy that much. Like, we buy, you know, $4 or $5 worth at a time, which is quite a bit. Which is also very cool that they offer so much for so little. But we've bought a little bit for components. We've never rushed building a Warframe. We've never bought a Warframe. Or bundles. We haven't even bought primes. We like grinding all that stuff, so. I'm trying to decide how this is gonna go. Basically halfway that they're doing this bend. And then we're doing another bend here. Kind of like that. And just flatten it out. There we go. So there's one. I'm going to try to freehand all of them that way. I always end up curving it weird. You can kind of see that is not straight. There we go. There we go. That's pretty close. There we go. Perfect. I really like freehanding stuff. It just feels more natural and I can manipulate it much easier. Okay. We've made the 3 connectors. Okay. So now we're going to connect all of those, the wires that we kind of clamped in to hold it together. So these will come in a minute. And we're going to tie them onto this. So what I'm going to do... Do I want to do that? No, I don't have to do that. I'm going to pull this apart a little bit. Or separate it. Separate these 2 prongs a little bit. So I have an easier time of wrapping these around. And we're going to connect everything. I'm just going to kind of hold the bead areas in place and try to make some turns here with this and just start wrapping it. Kind of like a twist tie. Oh, I have one nail that's trying to break so easily. I keep pushing it back in. I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a center part of this nail that wants to chip straight out. Getting a little annoying, not gonna lie. So I'm gonna do the only smart thing and put glue on it. I don't know if this is dumb or not, but I'm gonna find out. It's not touching my nail bed or even my nail, it's just on the fake one. Impromptu nail fixing. There we go. Well, that feels better. Nice and smooth, too. Cool. Yay! I love this stuff. Awesome. Okay. So I was trying to push the wire down with my nail, and it kept wanting to break it off. I want this to be tightly wound, so I'm really taking my time with it. Oops. I am so sorry. I was really just trying to get the camera closer, and I can't do that with one hand. Gosh, there's so many wires. There we go. First one is on. I'm gonna just try to hand wind this a little bit more and see if that makes it easier. I know you guys probably can't see a lot when it comes to this, but it's just really tedious wire work. It's a really weird twist tie. There we go. That's working. That's working. Until you get to the end. If you don't think you're going to end up doing jewelry work, you probably will. What I'm gonna do for this third one, this is looking so cool, by the way. These are gonna get twisted up. This really is looking cool. I can see how this is gonna be a chandelier, and since it's all wire, I'll be able to bend it around exactly how I want it to look, which is even cooler. Okay. Last one. I kind of want to try wrapping it around both. I also want to see if I can get this one lower real quick. Because that was up way too high. That's as low as it'll go, but that's okay. Put these back together. I am literally just trying to crimp all this together. There. Okay. We have all 3 chandelier pieces on, and I can manipulate them and move them around because it's wire to exactly where I want them to be. Oh, this is gonna turn out so neat. And then these pieces will come in and kind of hold it all together so it's not wobbling around like this a lot. And then there's gonna be two more of these little beads. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to straighten those out a little bit. Oops. It's 1. And it wants 2. Yep, 2 pieces. There we go. And I think I'm going to put a dab of beacons underneath this. Just so they stay in place. And I'll pull some of it off. Tiny bit more. Just so the beads don't move. Wow. It looks a little funky, but I want you guys to see what we just did. Check that out. That is so pretty. Okay. I gotta read what this is saying because it's talking in like, not in gibberish, but it's saying clip C37 into the one side of 3 C34s and stick them together. So it's like you have to know exactly what it's trying to say. Okay, so C37 is the thin gold wire. Clip the thin gold wires into the one side of 3 of the bended white wires and stick them together. Stick the 3 larger white globes at the other side. Okay. I'm just trying to understand where the wires are going. Okay. So we're gonna do something with the white wires first. This just looks like how this is gonna go. We're actually gonna glue them all together in like a tripod situation. And then it's gonna go... I guess I could just glue each of them on here, because that's where it's gonna end up, so... I really want to do the resin glue, but I don't think it's gonna stick. So... I'm very tempted to just use hot glue. I might try that. It's a really light amount of hot glue. My God, these wires are really getting in the way. Go that way. Thank you. Okay. Gonna sit kind of above that. Okay. And then all right. I'm gonna try something kind of unconventional as I'm doing this. Gluing all these together. So every time I put more hot glue on, it's wanting to melt the last glue that I just applied. So I'm kind of squeezing them together, and again, I don't think that's necessarily the best idea, because if hot glue hurts you, then don't do it. Okay. Got a good triangle of those going. Now, this is where the fun part comes in. I'm going to apply some resin glue on the outside of all that, so to where it's seen, so it's not going to move in the future, even if something happens to the hot glue. Lay down a thin layer of this. There. Okay. I think we're good. Now, we're going to take one of the bigger beads that we had over here, and we're going to pull the light strings, the electrical wire through it. And I'm just going to keep those down there for now. We've got these bigger beads that we had over here. What were those called? C55 is what these were. The bigger white gem looking beads. We'll put one at the end. There we go. This is where it's going to get kind of interesting. So they want this white wire here, each one of these, to stick into that little ball. But since there's no extra opening, I wish there was. I wish this was big enough for me to just shove it into, but it really isn't. So I'm going to UV glue it in place. And to do that, okay, I'm going to have to hold it really carefully. Oops, and that was way too much. Okay. And just kind of hold it on there, like so. Because it's just kind of sitting in the glue, so it should It should dry into it instead of being disappeared underneath it. There we go. One done. I'm actually going to do a little bit right here. I didn't resin this side. And it's starting to want to fall apart. Or move. It's trying to move too much. Okay. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. Next one. Just like before, gonna have to hold this in place somehow. Probably just like that. Okay. There we go. Oh, uh-oh. Maybe not. Thought it was in. Let me put a little bit over the top. That might be better. That way it has something to latch onto. There we go. That's a much, much better hold. So once again, it just kind of boils down to if the light can't see it, it's not going to dry or harden. So putting UV glue over the top of a bonded area and then drying it, I think is generally the way to go with this stuff. I know it's probably kind of hard to tell what we're even doing right here because there's so many wires everywhere, but you will be able to see it in the end. I'm just gonna kind of hold this in place where I want it. Alright. Wow. So I'm going to try to manipulate this a little bit so I can get that nice bend in it instead of it looking pulled up. Oh my gosh, this one came off again. Oh, it's both of them did. Fantastic. Wow, all three of them did. Oh my god. Okay, so the UV resin really is not the way to go for this, unfortunately. I might just have to sit it and forget it for a while, and not play with it. And this will probably be something we'll stick into the miniature next week anyway. So I think what we'll do, we'll take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick coffee break. Maybe open a window because it is absolutely roasting in here. And I may need to do a little something extra to... Whoops, I've got my mic in the way. Might have to do a little something extra to the chandelier to get it to hold a little bit better without using the UV glue, which is fine. We have plenty of other things we can use. I always like going for that first if I can get it to work. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute coffee break. Probably going to, like I said, open the window. It is really hot today. I might even change real quick. So I'm going to go do that, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. So don't go nowhere. Okay. Sorry, that took 5 minutes longer than I wanted it to. My coffee was taking forever. I should say my coffee maker was taking forever. But had to change. I was roasting. It gets really hot in my studio with all the lights. It's a small space. I think I only have maybe 5 feet on the other end of my desk that I could even walk or put things or whatever, so I think this is a 10 by 12 room, like a bedroom. So it's not super big. Perfect place for me to be for right now. So it gets really hot in here really fast, especially when I have the window open because it is warm in here, but then the sun's bearing in as well because it's 3 o'clock. So probably, I think when we get closer to summer, I didn't do a whole lot in here last summer. I was more in our office that has an AC unit in it, but I think that's going to end up moving in here for the summer this year. So anyway, gonna try another tactic with the chandelier because I want to try and get this fixed. So let's just jump right into it. My poor cats, they're like, oh my god, you're finally down here, this is great, let's play, and I'm like, I can't yet. Okay, so the resin glue didn't work. I am just so tempted to use hot glue, but I also know that's not the best, so beacons is going to take a while to dry. All I'm doing is pulling down the wire to create like a little U shape so that it looks prettier when it's all together. All of these are not really wanting to stick. That resin glue mixed with hot glue, it's almost like it negates it and it doesn't want to stick. It is holding, but it feels very malleable, especially on these white ones. So that's another reason why I'm like hesitating, like, should I even try that, or we could always try it with beacons, because once beacons dries, it gives such a good hold. So we could absolutely try that. Ooh, got bubbles in my straw. Okay, I'm gonna try beacons. and see what kind of a hold it's gonna give me. Probably gonna have to sit here for a second, but at least I know I'm gonna have a decent hold. So we'll see. Yeah, that's really not... That is not holding at all. I'm just gonna wipe that off. Because beacons will take so long. We're just gonna go for the big guns and hope for the best. I'm just blowing on it to try and get it to dry. And it did dry, but it just will not sit in it. So I'm just gonna peel that right off again. And that's the reason hot glue is crap. I'm just running out of ideas. Oh, I really don't know. I guess I'll try the resin glue one more time, but I've got a Loctite glue. But the last couple times I used this, it did not work well for metal, so I hesitate to even try that. I'll do the UV resin glue one more time and try to make it like an outside factor kind of thing. It's not going to be on the inside, it's just bonding several parts together. Just like that. Stop moving, stop moving, stop moving, stop moving. So this is something, once I get these kind of secured with this, hopefully secured with this, I am going to leave it and not touch it until next week. Because the chandelier does not have to go in right away. We could definitely do this part later. But having it done now will give it more time to dry and just sit. And I might have to do extra on the other side just to really make sure, because it kind of globbed a little bit and dried that way, but it's clear. But at least it's on the inside of the chandelier, so it's not something that you're going to readily see right off. I'm just doing my due diligence with it. And it actually looks like this thing is dying. I'm gonna have to plug it in. Which is unfortunate because I kind of need it right now. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go plug this thing in. Oh yeah, that thing was actually dying. So I have it charging in a UV. I have it charging in a USB slot right now. So we're gonna move on to something else that could just use beacons or anything else. I have definitely been abusing the use of that light quite a bit, and I have not. Every time I do it, I'm like, oh, I'll plug it in later. I'll just do it later. I was actually going to charge it last night so that it would be ready to use today, and I completely spaced it because we were working pretty late last night on edits and cuts and stuff like that. So. Well, let's see. So we're gonna have to take a break on the chandelier, which is fine. Put that aside. But we can get our tires onto the trailer. Oh, you know what? I'm also seeing... Oh, we missed putting the... There's a couple things we can do. Okay. Let's put our music box in. That'll be a good thing for us to do. So I'm actually gonna switch over here so you guys can see this a little bit easier. Oops. There we go. Okay, we're gonna stick the music box in. And it just comes with a few screws. And I believe... Okay. This is pretty self-explanatory. Sit this up. Try to sit it without wrecking anything. There we go. It sits right there. And I can see the screw holes. Am I about to do with my left hand? Yes, I am. There we go. I'm not going to tighten it fully yet, just because I'm probably going to have to scoot this around some. Unfortunately, the wood wood holes are off a little bit, and if this other one, this one actually did go in. If this other one's not going to, I'll have to make the hole bigger. We'll see. As it, I don't think this is gonna go in. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now we can tighten everything down without cracking the wood. Okay. All right. Okay. So I want you guys to be able to hear this, whatever this little tune is. I think my husband figured it out when I played it the other day, but I don't remember what he said. So I'm going to put the mic down here, and I'm going to pause our music real quick. So you guys can actually hear whatever this is. So I'm going to kind of take it off camera because I'm trying to get the mic in really good. So forgive me if you hear a bunch of stuff. I'm going to wind it up first. Oh, that is so off. I'll try stopping it there. That's crazy. I can't tell what it is. It just sounds very, very off. So now I'm gonna have to, I pulled it too much, so I'm gonna have to, I have to speed it up. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna pause the mic so you guys don't have to hear this nonsense. So hold on. Okay, I gotta stop. That's the only problem with these like music box type things is if you didn't want to hear it that long, there's really no way to like turn it off or get it to just stop. So you kind of have to turn the wing nut without completely unscrewing it, just giving it enough pressure to spin it out, kind of. I really don't know what tune that is. Like, it also sounds extremely out of key. It sounds very out of key, so I'm not really sure. Not really sure what that was supposed to be, but definitely out of tune, that's for sure. Okay, so we can do that. We also have a door frame to put in. We haven't done that yet. Let's see. door frame is A3. And that's in A1. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we can get our door frame in. Which is right here. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. It was in the same phase as putting in the windows and stuff. Oop, oop. Oh, is that gonna fit? Ooh. Do I even need to glue this? I don't think I do. That's like, yeah, that's in. It's in and it's not going anywhere. And it's almost completely flush on the inside too. A little bit. And it didn't crack either. I was kind of nervous that it was just gonna crack. Oops, I'm so sorry. Smacking the mic. There we go. Yeah, that's flush. That went right in. No glue. And it'll probably never come out. So we're just gonna leave it like that. Let's see. We could do... Complete 2 holders. Did I miss something for this awning? Oh, the awning's not yet. We just put the thing together. Okay, let's do the tires. I think that would be fun to do. So, got our tires, our pre-made tires. Tire number 2. And A34, which I believe is this block in here. But just to double check, because the last thing I want to do is mess that up. A34. Yep, it's in bag 1. It's the only other thing like that in there, so. And none of this is going to take UV glue, so. We're going to use either beacons or Aleenes for this stuff. Okay. So we have a little bit of measuring we need to do. I'm going to grab a pencil, grab our tires, and this is the reason it'll be able to sit flush, is they're just going to sit onto the trailer like that, and all you're going to see is that. So I think I might try lifting this up. What can I put under here? A TV remote? Hey, that works. Okay, so the tires actually sit on this side, 6 centimeters from the back, so I am going to do a tiny bit of measuring. I don't know how accurate this is going to be. I should probably stand up. Oh gosh, I just realized I ended up muting that. I am so sorry. But it kind of looks like it wants this thing to sit like this, not like that. But honestly, that looks accurate because it looks flush with the tires now. So we'll go with that. It wants it 6.2 centimeters off of here to about right there. And 2.5 centimeters in the opening. That's how far back they want it to sit. I don't think it needs to have this like wants that to be the edge, like this maybe? That's not center. I would guess that they would want this to be center. This is 12.5 centimeters. So 6.25, I would say, should be the center. So about there, really. I think that's where I'm gonna stick it. No reason that I can see anyway why it couldn't be centered. I don't know why. Oh, well, yeah, 6.2, that would be halfway. So that part, that makes sense. It wants it to be basically halfway up in the middle, but the way they have this shown, they want it to be, they want it, the 6.2 to come to the end, which would be putting this, the end of this in the middle, not the middle of this in the middle. So I'm just going to stick it in the middle because I'm pretty sure that's technically what it wants you to do. Okay. A little too much glue on that, but that's okay. All right. Tires are on good. Now if we turn it over, look at that. Oh, that's cool. It's got our little tires on there. That is so neat. Now it'll sit up off the ground. And we can also put, our trailer hitch on. The trailer hitch goes up here. Turn this here. Scoot this back a little bit so you can actually see. Let's see. Trailer hitch in the utility box. That right there. And this stuff is supposed to go I mean, I guess it's kind of self-explanatory how it's gonna sit because it can kind of only go in one spot. But it does want it to be centered. So let's see what the full distance of that is. Carefully. 14, literally 14 centimeters. So right in the center at 7. So tip this back real quick. I haven't had anything, well, no, I've had stuff this big, but just maybe not this bulky. Center of this. There's 5.1, so that's gonna be 0.6. There's the middle. Yeah, that looks straight. Mark that where I had it. Okay. I'm just gonna do this while it's on its back because it's here. A little bit. Press that down for a second. No. And then the little utility box just sits right on top, and that covers the markings that we made too. Even better. I'll just put some glue. And I'm just kind of eyeballing it be flush and all that. Or not flush, but centered, I mean. Okay. I think we got it. There we go. And everything's flush. So it's actually sitting on the block and it's sitting on this thing as well. So it has extra security. It's not just a trailer hitch that's holding it up. Wow. There you go. That's actually center for you. That is so neat. I love it. That really is cute. I love the tires. Like, that's the coolest thing. Gives me a lot of ideas for the Animal Crossing trailer park, which I found the shell material that I want to use. Because after seeing this, I kind of thought, how the heck am I going to bend wood? And this is all pre-bent wood. Pre-warped? Bent? I don't know how you want to say that, but it's already pre-bent plywood. So I don't really know how to do that myself just yet. So I was kind of thinking, after looking at this, like, how the heck am I going to bend wood to make these campers? But I found a corrugated plastic material that's a nice small size that I'll be able to use for something like that. So I think they're going to be corrugated plastic and not wood. The majority of it anyway. Right. We could do our flower boxes too. That would be fun. Excuse me. Goodness. Okay. We can put the door on. There's a lot of things we could do right now, so... Oh, there's also some picture frames. Okay. Where are these? I don't even know where these are. A blah blah blah. Oh, it's on here. Here we go. We've got the picture frame and the picture. It looks like there's more than one though. Oh no, it's just one. No, it's not. It is two. A39 28 1 and 28 2. This is all A39, so, and then there's A43 10. I think that means the cardstock. Yeah, A43 10. There it is. And it has two of those. Okay. Interesting. I don't know why having me do it that way, but I'll do it. Doing these kits is also a great way to get like a new perspective on how miniatures are made, or if you like doing your own custom stuff, it gives you an idea of what you can do differently if you want to make something else, that kind of thing. I'm gonna go ahead and cut these out because it wants me to use both of these for the same thing. It's showing two of them, so we're gonna go with it. Oop, that's already starting to come off. Probably going to end up doing some trimming. There we go. Here's the pieces we actually need. Those two little pieces of cardstock. Because this is just a template for cutting stuff out. I'll sit those over there for a second. And then we need those two. So because it's so in there, I'm going to use my X-Acto blade to get those out. I just hate the idea of messing up other things in here. And if I'm careful enough, I won't touch anything else along the way. Okay. So what I'm going to do first is actually cut this out with the X-Acto blade. Being really careful to only take out the center. There we go. And then it wants me to glue it onto the back of both of these. I'm going to put this aside. Pull out the aliens, and then we'll have to let this dry for a little bit. I'm just going to put a little bit on the edges because that's all it's really asking for. Is for you to do the edges, because I'm going to end up cutting out the middle anyway. And we'll do it again. Frame will go on just like that. Okay, and I'm going to let this dry a little bit. So I'm not cutting into wet glue. And then this goes on to the back of the picture, and the picture will show through. We're going to give that a minute while we work on our flower boxes. I'm going to clean up a little bit first. Just put a few things away. There we go, thought I lost it for a second. Excuse me. And since I got everything I needed out of C4, I'm going to put it all back away real quick. There we go. Okay. That thing's a little bit more picked up now. That always makes me feel better when things are picked up. Okay. Let's work on the flower box that goes right here. Is this gonna sit over? Oh, it does. Look at that. Okay. I don't need the water right now. This stuff can go over here. Out of the way. There we go. I want you guys to be able to see this. Okay. We'll do one of the longer flower boxes. I think it's supposed to sit... what, just underneath? Yeah, just underneath it. Just like that. So, let's see. What does it want me to put in here? C67. It's the small green dried flowers. I have tons of this stuff. And there's a light green too, so I just want to make sure that's separate. Okay. And I think 73 then? Yes. Okay. I know what we're going to stick in there. Oh goodness. You know what? It's so hard to pick this stuff up. That's drying, that's for later, that's trash. It's so hard to pick this stuff up that I'm gonna do it on top of this so I can just toss this out. And you can see too, it's like all over the inside of this bag, so. There we go. All we need is the pink and the green. Yep, that's all we need. So, this stuff is gonna go back in for another time. Okay. I have a ton of this too. From, sorry, I have a ton of this pink stuff, so if I end up needing more for whatever reason, we have it. So, let's see. There we go. I'm just contemplating if it'll be easier for me to stick it on first. It's showing that, and honestly it might be. It might be. So we'll do that. We'll just stick it on first. And then just shove things in. Because then all we'll have to do, excuse me, is fill the gap, and that's it. Really, the only place I have to glue anything. Right there. Just hold on to it for a second, and I mean, if you press down hard enough on beacons for long enough, it's just going to be like the perfect bond. It'll stay forever. It looks straight. I really like how that trailer hitch turned out. Feels good and sturdy too. There we go. Okay. Now, it doesn't mention flower foam. I'm not sure how we're going to get all this to stick without it just falling everywhere. Wonder if I could just shove that in. Like, shove a whole branch, or I actually left my tiny scissors downstairs, so. But I wonder if I could just shove this in here. Just to start. Whoa! Yeah, that's not done drying yet. This is a possibility. I could just start shoving the branches in here. Okay. And also stick the front window on too while we're here. The front window box. This one. And that teeny tiny one is on the back. But this is one of the regular ones. Yep. Oh, and that fits better. They still want that lowered like that. Okay. Now, letting the other one dry for a second will be good while I do this. I'm gonna scoot it up a little bit. There we go. I guess we could just go all the way around and get all the flower boxes on, if we're gonna do them all the same way. And that way they can dry too. That'll probably make it easier. I'm just lightly pressing it on. I could use clamps here if I had long enough clamps, but honestly these wood pieces are so tiny, I would rather just hold it. And we'll move to the back. And this is where we've got that. Oops, that thing fell out. That's okay. This is where we've got the really, really tiny one, which is this one. Yep, real small. So I guess back to what I was saying about Warframe, since that's really what I'm hugely into right now. Oops. Is I'm having loads of fun with it. Kyle and I really are having loads of fun playing it again. It's our new like regular everyday game that we play. But what I'm really loving about it is looking at all the different little components and things. I'd love to just make a scene of the ship that you live on and make like a ton of little tiny itty bitty little components, like 1/24th scale, and just have them laying everywhere. And because like your inventory is like thousands of items, you really can't hold anything. There's no weight limit, there's no carry weight, nothing like that, so you can have thousands of items on you at any given time. Like literally they're just on you all the time. But you can also displace some things in your orbiter, in your ship. And I really, really want to, I'm just, the more I sit in my ship when I'm in between missions or something, I'm like, God, I really want this. Like in real life, I want the orbiter. I'd love to make designs of the different kinds of exteriors of the ships too, which would be great. But this, I'm just talking about the inside of your ship. I'm also just checking, make sure everything's straight. There we go. But I've just been getting really jazzed thinking about like all the different things I could actually make from this game, because there's so much stuff. It's really cool. And I would love to just make tons and tons of things from it. But I already promised you guys the Animal Crossing trailer park and the potion craft house. Those are gonna come first, but this is like adding to my list of ideas. Okay, those are on. I actually have to go take a quick bathroom break, so I'm gonna go do that. Just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I am so sorry about that. For some reason, just randomly decided I need to use a bathroom, so... And I also had to turn a fan on because it is so hot in here. Okay. Let's move back. And also, thank you, Nathan, for the comment. I appreciate it. I am enjoying it as well. That is on there now, so we're good. Okay. Go back to trying to get some stuff in here. I really want to see if just shoving this stuff in here is going to work. I don't see why it wouldn't. Like, I'll put more in, obviously, but... There's the first one at least. We have loads, so I'm not, like, concerned about running out of it. There's another good one. Up off the very, very end of it. Excuse me. Oh yeah, this'll work. That doesn't look bad. Let's do one more long piece like that. Maybe that. I'm really glad I put the paper towel down. Excuse me. Oh, whoops. Some of it wants to come through the bottom. Whoops. I feel like I'm, like, pushing a lot of this down that doesn't need to get pushed down. I must have swallowed my coffee wrong or something. There. And just get this last little piece in here. All I wanted to do. Oh, random thing in the window. There. That's a good amount of stuff. I think they wanted it to look cleaner than that, but... Like they wanted some little parts falling out and around or something. Maybe there's like a tiny, excuse me, a tiny bit more I could pull off. And just have it draping, kind of. That. I used to hate doing foliage on miniatures, but hated it because I didn't feel like I could arrange plant life and stuff like that very well, but it just takes patience like anything else. And patience is a gift I have had to own as a skill, not necessarily have it as a gift. Unlike my husband, who just innately is the most patient human being on the planet. There we go. So I don't know yet how I'm gonna get this stuff to stick in here. I might just like dump some beacons in, because it'll dry clear. I'm just gonna dump some glue in here. Give the foliage something to stick to. There. Get all the other stuff off of there. Okay, so now that that's in, I can start sticking in the pink stuff that goes on top. Okay. Okay. I don't know how much of this I want to. It looks like little itty bitty bits and pieces. Not like huge tendrils popping out. But like I said before, because there's no flower foam, I don't know how I'm going to stick any of that in. I'll try though. I do have glue, like I said, I've got glue scattered about, so I'll just try and shove some small pieces in wherever. Kind of like that. Oops. I'm gonna try dumping a little bit of glue right there so that thing that just came off will stick. There we go. Oops. I think I need my other tweezers that are pointier, not those. These are great for, excuse me, for putting flowers in. Now, I don't know what I got on my throat, but it really, excuse me, probably too much dairy or something. There we go. Maybe one or two more. But this one's really starting to look good. I like the dark green and the pink together. There we go. Whoops. There we go. That actually looks really neat. Oh, I love that. That's pretty. It almost looks like tulips. That's cool. So it looks like it's the pink stuff all the way around. I'm just gonna check that real fast in case I need to use some of the other colors, just so I don't run out. Let's see, because C73 is the pink stuff. Nope, it's all the pink stuff. Okay, that works. So it's the same process all the way around. So we'll work on this front one next. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna push this. Okay. I'm gonna push this up and pull this part down so I can do this, and then you guys can actually see what I'm doing. I'm gonna do a little bit different approach with this smaller one. I'm just gonna take stuff like this and shove it in instead. Smaller pieces. And then I'll do the same thing. I'll just dump some beacons in. And let it dry in place. Somebody going crazy out on the street. Whoops. That's what I get for having my window open, I guess. Okay. There we go. And I got so much glue in there, I think that's what's getting this stuff to stick better. Because I'm just shoving it down into that glue that I just put down. Oh, that looks so pretty. I really do think pink flowers are probably one of my most favorite things. I didn't think I liked pink tulips that much, or I didn't really think I liked pink tulips in general back in the day, but I bought some for myself years ago. This is a long time ago, like in the 2010s or something. I just bought myself some pink tulips because they were in season. I was like, well, they're cheap, so I'll grab some. I absolutely loved those. Like, I couldn't stop staring at them. They just looked, it sounds weird, but they looked yummy. Like, they look creamy and yummy. They were just fun to look at, and the smell is really nice too. But that's probably just, I don't know if that's ADHD saying, ooh, that looks like food, or I honestly don't know what that would be called, but it really did. They just look so pretty, and they lasted for a while. And come to find out, I have tulips that grow every year in my front yard, which was really cool to find out. There we go. I can feel it settling into the glue, which is great. There we go. Box number 2 is done. These look so pretty. I love, like, the extra. It just looks more natural. I love it. Okay, now we have our other back window. These are all on securely and tight now, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. This is going to be the hard part for these. There we go. I really want to know what plant this is, because it's clearly a plant. Like a real thing that they ended up, you know, drying and then spray painting or something, but I'm really curious to know what kind of plant this is. I don't know how you'd make something fake like this. Perfect. Okay, one more tiny bit. Right there. Without shoving too much down. There we go. That looks neat. Dump some glue in there. I am really gonna have to get more of this soon. I use it so often. Ooh, strings. Oh, that got everywhere. It finally decided it wanted to start coming out more. There we go. That's not bad. Okay. I usually just make flower pots with stuff like this, but this really is turning out nice. Having it be smaller pieces. I think I only ever made one other flower box. It was like my very first build, I think. I made a studio, a music studio for my dad. And it was based off of Mayberry Street's music studio, and I just changed it and made it more personalized for him. But I distinctly remember there being a flower box in that one. But everything else has been flower pots so far. Except for the miniature I'm doing right now, the Century Bookstore from Mayberry Street. There's several flower boxes, and it's definitely testing me, that's for sure. That and all the books. I came out from the studio one night, and excuse me. And my husband asked me how it was going, and I said, well, I'm not going to do any reading anytime soon, that's for sure. And he said, why? And I said, because I'm so tired of looking at books. Specifically, tiny ones. I might have to have a longer piece go in there. There we go. I want one more over here. That's a nice one. That won't come out now. There. Perfect. That's pretty. That actually is really pretty. That's cute. I love the pink. It's just... I just love it. It's really pretty. Okay. Just want to pull off parts of this because this is the really, really small one. So I'm not going to need anything huge. I'm actually wondering, since beacons take so long to dry, if I should just like fill this kind of right on the edges there. There. And then just start shoving stuff in it because there's glue there. Ooh, that might actually work better. There we go. I was hiding stuff from you. Just gotta get the glue off every time. There we go. That actually looks really neat. Nice long tendril-y stuff. Yeah, that looks really cool. Plus with the lace curtains on the inside, that's actually really neat. Okay. Now let's try some of the pink before this starts to dry. Whoops. And the whole reason I had the paper towel just completely negated itself because I just dumped it all over me. Yay! Well, I'll take care of that in a minute. At least it's not paint or glue. I'll be honest, I really don't like doing this without flower foam. I would have much rather have used flower foam for this. I probably could have. I have a ton. I think this kit comes with it too, but I haven't seen it mention, especially for this, I haven't seen it mention where I would use it yet, so. I'll just wait. This is working out pretty well. It's not terrible. Wants to stick to the glue. There we go. That is so adorable. I love it. Whoops. Into the glue. Go into the glue. There we go. There, it's like just enough so it looks full. The beacon is staying wet for the time I need it to, which is nice. By the end, I can kind of tell it's starting to solidify more. There we go. Oops. This one wasn't even in there. There we go. And one more. There we go. That one's cute. I like that one. Okay, we got our last one here. Ooh, that's perfect. Literally perfect. That's all I needed. Oh, one more. There we go. These are so cute. I kind of want to add a little bit more green in here. You can't really see a whole lot over on this side. So I have a tiny, tiny bit. I'm just gonna try shoving it in. There we go. There. That looks better. Gosh, these are adorable. These really are really cute. Oh, I love it. And while we're here, we'll go ahead and put the door on. So we can just have that done. And it's just gonna sit right in that frame. Just like that. I don't know if I necessarily need to glue that, but I'm gonna put a little bit on. Because that was in there. Pretty darn good. There. Okie dokie. There we go. And the door's in. And I have a feeling the stairs that I haven't put on yet. Yep. They'll go right there. Oh my god, that's so cute. I love it. I put the stairs on yet? Oh no, we can do the awning. Put all of this stuff away. Let's see. I'm going to this. Okay. I need C34, which is that white thick wire that we were using on the chandelier. And 61. Is in 3. Okay. So we'll use that really thick wire. Which I know there's not a lot more of. There we go. I need 6 centimeters total, which will be perfectly fine. That's enough. And then I need 2 of the white round beads. Those aren't round, but it'll work. I think they gave me a different bead than what they intended. And I went through this whole kit before I did anything, so I know these are it. What they're talking about. Okay. So we're gonna do 3 centimeters each. There we go. Only a tiny bit of this left. Okay. I'm gonna try to straighten these out as much as I possibly can. Okay. And then these get glued to the ends. And just kind of, ooh, those fit nice. Wipe off the excess. Yeah, that actually fits really nice. Do the same thing on this one. Thought I straightened this, but there we go. There we go. Wipe off the excess. Okay. Turn this. This yawning goes right here. And I'm gonna bend this in a little bit more, because it needs to be flat, or it should perpendicular. There we go. And be right above it. Okay. Ooh, that's a lot of glue. And I'm just gonna center it, move it down, and try to press it in as much as I can. And wipe off some excess glue because I put way too much of this on. There we go. There we go. This is probably going to have to dry. Actually, this will definitely have to dry. And then I'll be able to bend it around more. I'll leave these with it. Okay. Yeah, you can kind of see how it's almost even warped up a little, so I'm going to have to bend it even more to get it to flatten out. But I'm going to have to do that until after it dries, and I can't really touch it a whole lot right now. Okay, well, I think that's where we're going to leave it today. It's really hot in here, so I apologize if I look messy. But I think that's where we'll leave it today. I am so glad we got to work on this more. We got to do our little flower boxes, which was really cool. These turned out so neat. Push this out of the way. It always wants to center on this thing. But this was super fun. We got to do our flower boxes. We did the door. We actually got some things accomplished on this. The wheels are on. The trailer hitch is on. We actually made some progress. The music box is in there, albeit weird, but it's in. If anybody listened to that, let me know what you think that song is, because I can't figure it out for the life of me. So I'm going to try to do a little bit of work on that chandelier, and next time around we're just going to stick it in. So it'll be done, and I'll let you guys know how I messed with it or how I got it to work. Because I don't want to have to waste time fidgeting with that again. So I had so much fun with you guys today. We have more great videos coming up. There's one dropping this coming Wednesday. Oh, no. 2 weeks from now. We just dropped a video last Wednesday, so there's another one coming in 2 weeks. That'll be the Mayberry Street Chocolatier, and then we'll have a new one coming shortly after that. So I love you guys. Thank you so much for watching and hanging out with me today, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.